Hello, everybody. We'll be starting the Recreational Disturbance conference shortly at 10 o'clock. Hello, everybody. It's 10 o'clock, so I think we should start. Really pleased to welcome you today for to share good practice and understand what the evidence gaps are, and I hope develop more coordinated action at some of our most sensitive nature sites to enable people to enjoy and connect with nature in their daily lives. We've got a full day ahead of us, and my job really is just to kind of kick off proceedings and share my screen, which I will do now. My name's Ben McCarthy, and I'm one of the organisers of this conference, along with colleagues from the RSPB and Natural England. And I am just, I hope, sharing my screen. So can I encourage everyone to use the Q&A function throughout the day? We'll be answering as many of the questions as possible, and any of those that we can't, we will collect and respond to in due course. We're going to try and do some polling to try to keep you engaged and to try to make sure that we're meeting the needs. And this conference is also being recorded and will be made available to third parties. But I'll join back after the break. But it's my great pleasure to introduce Rosie Hales, Director of Science and Nature at the National Trust.
Thanks, Ben. And I'm absolutely delighted to open this conference. Thank you very much to Natural England, RSPB, and colleagues in the National Trust for organising this. We've really got a stellar cast of speakers today, and this has actually grown from what was going to be a relatively small workshop to this online conference, for which I believe nearly 900 people have expressed an interest. The moment we've got just over 360 people online, and this really demonstrates that this is a big issue. So what we want to do today is really start a discussion around co-developing solutions. Next slide, please, Ben. Because right at the heart of this is attention, which lies at the core of nature conservation. And that is that people need nature and nature needs people, but not all these impacts are positive. Some of these impacts can be negative. And so we now have from Natural England, you know, that they have run the Meany survey for over 10 years, and they've extracted some really important key messages from that. Access to nature, as was so well demonstrated during the pandemic, is really important for human health and well-being, yet some types of access have adverse impacts. So how do we actually go about changing people's behaviour to mitigate those adverse impacts, whilst really improving people's connection to nature and increasing the human health and well-being benefits? This is an area in which there is also now a lot of academic interest. For example, the BES has launched a journal, People and Nature, that Kevin Gaston is the lead editor on. And that has actually shown a huge increase in submissions, has now got an impact factor. And it actually, you know, it shows that this is a really burgeoning area of not just practitioner, but also academic interest. In the National Trust, we've also been tackling this issue through the development of our Dogs Welcome project, where we're really trying to support and enhance access in the right places for people who want to come and enjoy the countryside with their dogs, and actually in so doing mitigate adverse impacts elsewhere that sometimes dogs off leads can cause. Next slide, please, Ben. But of course, there are vulnerabilities. I think the next slide will come at some point. There are also, you know, vulnerabilities in wildlife. There's an EU report that places disturbance in the top 10 of impacts on wildlife. And this is especially the case at the coast, where this is an iconic habitat that people wish to access, but it's also a very important home to many of our endangered species. So this is, one of the habitats on the coast where these tensions often play out. So this conference originated from the major landowners group, which are a set of major landowners that really come together to work out how to improve the condition of our SSSIs. And we've drawn together a great set of experts to start the conversation today around sharing good practice and co-designing solutions. And I really hope that, today is the start for much greater collaboration on the management of our most sensitive sites. Now I'm going to pass over to the next speaker, which is Pippa Langford. So Pippa, are you ready?
Thank you. She's given us a video which we're just going to play shortly.
Right.
Hello, I'm Pippa Langford. I'm Principal Specialist for Recreational Access. Hello, I'm Pippa Langford. I'm Principal Specialist for Recreational Access for Natural England, and today I'm talking about recreation and nature. I've put together this presentation with input from Alison Giacopani, our Senior Ornithologist, advisors from elsewhere in Natural England and elsewhere. This is a complicated issue, and it's very important that we handle it well. It's tempting to extrapolate from our own experience. When I walk anywhere, the birds tend to fly away. If I tread on something, it will get squished. And then to think that closing sites to the public would be the obvious solution to get more nature. But we all know it's more complicated than that, particularly in England, where we have such a lot of people. So at Natural England, we look at the evidence and the data. And today, I'm going to share some of that evidence with you. I'm also going to have a quick look at the policy framing the issues and some thoughts about how to get the best outcomes for nature and people. I said at the beginning that this is complicated. The other thing to bear in mind is no one will protect what they don't care about, and no one will care about what they have never experienced. I think we're all realising the importance of more people getting outdoors into green places for their own health, but also to win them over to become nature's friends and allies. The issue of managing people and nature so that both benefit is an issue that's recognised around the world. It's a thread through many of the goals in the Convention on Biological Diversity. These are just two examples. One which is very familiar, the 30 by 30, which includes for nature and people. I said at the beginning that this is complicated. The other thing to bear in mind is no one will protect what they don't care about, and no one will care about what they have never experienced. I think we're all realising the importance of more people getting outdoors into green places for their own health, but also to win them over to become nature's friends and allies. The issue of managing people and nature so that both benefit is an issue that's recognised around the world. It's a thread through many of the goals in the Convention on Biological Diversity. These are just two examples. One which is very familiar, the 30 by 30, which includes recognising and respecting the rights of Indigenous peoples and local communities, and another, the commitment to significantly increase the area and quality and connectivity of, access to, and benefits from green and blue spaces in urban and densely populated areas sustainably. So let's have a look at some data. I'm going to show you some data on recreational impacts on nature, and the data gives a very mixed picture. Recreational pressure is currently reported as a cause of unfavourable condition on 1.6% of the area of sites of special scientific interest, SSIs, and as a threat on 14%. That indicates that a lot of SSIs are robust to recreation and access. However, it is vital that we're confident about our understanding of SSI condition and what actions are needed to achieve it. So there is a new interim target for all SSIs to have an up-to-date condition assessment, and for 50% of SSIs to have actions on track to achieve favourable condition by the 31st of January 2028. Another source of data is the IPENS report, which shows that 44% of sites improvement plans recorded public access or disturbance as having an impact or likely to have an impact. However, whilst the effects of access on European site features is well known on some sites, there is often a lack of clarity about whether the type or level of disturbance is significant enough to be causing the unfavourable condition of the features. Therefore, many SIPs include actions to investigate the causes and effects of disturbance. Another reason for the contrasting data is that recreational pressure is often only felt on a small part of the designated site. So, for example, the wash is shown on the next slide, but the vast majority of the area is unaffected by disturbance. On the other hand, there are particular conflicts that are quite specific and relatively localised, such as the impact on beach nesting birds at honeypot sites for visitors, which can be large. A third source of data is the supplementary advice on conservation objectives for SPAs in England, as these have been produced over the last 4 years or so are more up to date than the SIPs. 60% of SPAs have one or more feature with a target to reduce disturbance. 40% are currently unimpacted by disturbance, but any additional recreation must be restricted. Looking at the map of site improvement plans which report issues with public access and disturbance, it includes places where the plan is to investigate the impact of recreation, not that recreation impacts are confirmed in all places. In addition to this, the effect of recreational disturbance may be perceived to be a problem when other factors are in play. A good example is the Solent. The harbours are affected by nutrient pollution, which affects waders' ability to feed, as algal mats cover the mudflats, so waders are more susceptible to the energetic impacts of disturbance. Which isn't to say that if we cleared up the harbours we shouldn't need bird-aware Solent, but just that there are often multiple pressures on sites that all need addressing. And that comes back to the point about needing people to care about the environment. Bird-aware's work on engaging people about the birds is valuable for reducing disturbance, but also generally raising the understanding and appreciation of the area and raising support for investment improvements in water quality. I thought it would be useful to also understand how many public access rights there are to SSIs. 63% of SSIs are intersected by public rights of way, that's footpaths, bridleways, byways. 60% of SSIs intersect with access land, designated under the Countryside Zone Rights of Way Act 2000, including mountain, moor, heath and down. And 16% of SSIs intersect with what's called Section 15 land. That's land that had access rights before the Countryside and Rights of Way Act in 2000, many of which have had access rights for well over 100 years. Sites that are access land, Section 15 or common land, can also have public rights of way. An alternative is to look at it from the perspective of how much nature protection there is on sites which have public access rights. For the whole of England, 8% of England is designated as SSI. But when we look at country parks, 28% of them are also designated as SSI. 35% of local nature reserves are SSI. 49% of access land is SSI. 54% of Section 15 land is SSI. And 57% of common land is SSI. But the next thing to consider is the condition of nature on these sites. So let's have a look at the condition. Firstly, let's look at the national data. 38% in favourable condition, 51% in unfavourable, 6% unfavourable no change, and 5% unfavourable declining. And if we look at sites which have access, the unfavourable declining numbers are very similar to those for a national picture. Unfavourable no change is a bit more complicated. We're going to have a look at the condition of country parks, where there is a right of access, and for where many there's been a right of access for almost 50 years. Do you think they will be better or worse than average? What we find is country parks are in better condition on average than is average for the whole of the country. If we look at local nature reserves, they're better still, but you would expect that. There's a more mixed picture of condition for these sorts of sites, but when we add to the picture the condition of sites with public rights of way, I think it's possible to conclude that public access doesn't always result in poor condition, can result and can be managed alongside better conditions for nature. So management, not just of people, is key to condition. So we've understood the key to good management of recreation is understanding people, where they go, what they do, what they need, and what they want. One of people's key needs is to have places to go outdoors in green spaces, and government is committed to providing more green and blue spaces for people to access, which will help spread people over a larger area, giving them spaces closer to home and potentially creating more spaces that are better for nature than they are now. The basis of this target is our understanding of where people want to go. Based on our surveys, we know that most people's experiences with nature are close to home. Over 2 in 3 visits to green spaces in the countryside are taken within 2 miles of home. 44% are within 1 mile, and nearly 2/3 of visits are on foot. Beyond 1.2 kilometres, people tend to take the car more often. And what do they do? The greatest proportion of visitors go for a walk. However, it must be borne in mind that less frequent activities are still undertaken by many people on many occasions. 34 million people visit the natural environment in a 2-week period at an average of 4 visits every fortnight. This adds up to over 3.5 billion visits in a year. So even activities that are undertaken by a small proportion of the population still have millions of participants every year. And we know from research done by the Kennel Club, dog walkers want to be able to let their dog off the lead where they won't come to any harm. But for some other people, dogs off leads can be a deterrent to visiting a site. So given that so many people want to get outdoors for their health and well-being, it's useful to consider how long the route needs to be to meet people's needs. Walking routes need to be about 2.5 kilometres for a 30-minute walk. Cyclists need 7 to 8 kilometres for a 30-minute ride, twice that for an hour. Horse riders need about 11 to 12 kilometres to do an hour's ride. And interestingly, the disabled you might think don't go very far, but on a mobility scooter which can travel about 4 miles per hour, and with a battery capacity of 10 miles, they often go for further than you might think. Walkers on the Thames Basin Heath meet the daily target for 30 minutes a day. And finally, it's helpful to understand what habitats and landscapes are most attractive to people. Wood pasture, woodland, waterside, grassland and coast are all attractive. But what you may not realise is people are also attracted to sites which have a dense network of paths, and that people don't like arable spaces. Protected site status isn't an attractor. So to summarise how we can use this understanding of people, if there were two woodlands, one a triple SI and one not, the key factors which affect how many people visit either woodland, providing they both have access rights, are the distance from where people live and the density of paths. So what are the solutions for people and nature? We have a statutory obligation to find solutions where there is a risk that public access is damaging a site or its features. The best solutions to recreational pressures on nature conservation sites are those that meet people's needs, and that may include the provision of alternative places, sites of alternative natural green space, that meet their needs. And site-based management, strategic access management and monitoring of particular pressures can have a role too, but must respect public rights and be guided by what is legal. There are many examples of where management of access results in improved habitats. For example, path surfacing can be beneficial. There are lots of case studies where management has reduced trampling. People don't actually like to walk on a muddy, slippery surface, so the path spreads. One solution to path spreading is to put in a robust, free-draining surface which can reduce the trampling pressure on the rest of the site. This slightly different example is where this bog had been churned up by walkers and quad bikes used by farmers to check on sheep. The flagged path is now used by both, and the bog is improving again. But we don't have robust data, and so over the next few years, we will be doing research on our national nature reserves to evaluate a number of management interventions, including the Countryside Code, which will go some way to addressing the gap in robust data. We know that we must be careful about negative messages. Some people already think they are not welcome, and a lack of engagement with nature will have long-term impacts. Currently, we're also conducting rapid evidence assessments on two closely related topics: what works to increase the numbers of people using and enjoying a green space or route, and a rapid evidence assessment about the density of use that green spaces and routes can accommodate. These will help us to understand what can be done to attract people to non-nature sensitive sites. Finally, we are very supportive of the government commitment to provide green space within a 15-minute walk from home. We think that this will benefit people's health and well-being, connect them to nature, and reduce the pressure on some nature-sensitive sites. It's our view that working with people to understand what they want and helping them to enjoy nature in a way that supports nature too will be the most sustainable way forward. Thanks for listening, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference today.
Thank you very much. We're just playing the technology. Derwin, I think you're able to share your screen.
Thank you. Hopefully you can hear me.
Perfect.
And
Perfect. Thank you very much.
great. It's a pleasure. Sorry, I'm just sorting the technology. It's a pleasure to be presenting today. I'm a director at Footprint Ecology. We are a nature conservation consultancy, and much of our work is around finding the balance between access and nature conservation. Our work covers ecological research, visitor surveys, policy, planning and training. And we work across the country with local authorities, NGOs, statutory agencies and others. I've been asked to give an introduction today, setting the scene for the rest of the day. My aim is to provide some context, give an overview of recreation impacts, and touch on some visitor survey information, and share some thoughts on solutions with an eye to the future. Throughout my presentation, I'll highlight evidence gaps that I'm aware of, using these boxes to flag particular points. So, a difficult balancing act. Access to the countryside and wild places is fundamental to our health, well-being and sense of place, as Pippa was just explaining. The evidence of the importance of access continues to grow, and COVID has made people acutely aware of the importance of their local green space. I'm sure you all intuitively understand the importance of having access to the countryside. Yet with a growing population and increasing demand for access, there is more and more pressure on countryside sites to accommodate recreation use. And in the UK, it is typically our most important nature conservation sites that are also those with access. So here, for example, we see the New Forest on a busy weekend. An SAC and SPA are Ramsar and one of our most important wildlife sites. It's also a draw for thousands of people. Achieving that balance is often hard. The title for the conference today is Recreational Disturbance, and I'd like to touch on that definition here. Disturbance can mean a perturbation or setting back succession. It means different things to many, and it's quite an emotive term. And while I know much of today is going to focus on bird disturbance, one key point is that the presence of people in the countryside can mean a lot more than birds simply being flushed. This is a structure we regularly use at Footprint to explore and check through some of the impacts, and I'm going to use it today to go through and summarize some of the impacts of recreation. It's useful whenever trying to work through recreation impacts in a systematic way. And I'll start with damage. And by damage, we mean direct damage to habitats and structures, primarily through the wear and attrition from visitor footfall. So here's an example. This is a European site, an SAC. It's Epping Forest. It's perhaps one of the busier and more heavily visited sites that we've worked on in recent years. But I think here it's very evident some of the trampling effects and the effects of the passage of human feet. There's no fringing vegetation at all apart from that area where the fence is. There's exposed roots. There's evidence of trees dead and dying and soil compaction. I'll just go back to the previous image so you can see clearly, and those puddles on the path are indicating where the compaction is notable. And that's kind of around 60 people an hour based on our visitor survey data when that image was taken. Here are some other examples from similar habitats. These are from Burnham Beaches, and we quantified the level of footfall here using automated cameras, and these were the data reflects visitor use in February. So that's February 2021, post-COVID. And it only takes a relatively small amount of people for that image top left. You can see some wear on the wood bank, but of course there's hardly a desire line visible. That image top right of 19.6 people per day, that path was hardly used before COVID. And it's interesting that that level of use is sufficient to cause quite a loss of litter and quite a wide path. And those images at the bottom show the high levels of trampling and much more evident damage in terms of damage to tree health, roots, and loss of vegetation. When you get your eye in, I'm sure you're familiar with these kind of images and levels of use at many sites. But there's a clear evidence gap here about the better understanding of trampling effects on soils and tree health, in particular the effects of soil compaction and wear in combination with some of the tree diseases and tree health issues we have. And this image is from the Malvern Hills, where we've also recently been working. This is taken post-COVID, but the issue here has been the loss of the skeletal soils around the top of the ridge for extensive areas. And The thin soils here are ones that support a unique plant community, and the loss of, and these are annual plants that reseed each year, and the loss of the skeletal soils mean these plants are very hard to recover. So techniques to restore where soil has been lost are another evidence gap to flag. The next issue is contamination. And particularly the issues around contamination involve dogs and also non-native species, but they're not limited to these. So dog fouling is, I'm sure you're aware, ubiquitous in many areas, and there's actually very little literature on the long-term impact of dog fouling on soil health. At many conservation sites, heathlands for example, you can see clear grass, bright green grass wedges near the edges of car parks. But I'm only aware of a couple of references that actually look at soil sampling and the long-term impacts of dog fouling on soil health. And of course, it's not just the fouling on sort of open habitats, but urine is also an issue. And when you get your eye in, this kind of stripe around the base of trees is very evident. And of course, is a concern if there's a lichen interest on a site. Dogs also go into water. There's a relative lack of evidence about the impacts of proprietary shampoos, flea powders and things contaminating water, but also a key issue is turbidity. And there's some nice work by Jonty Denton and Giles Groom comparing different sites and the invertebrates that are present where dogs have been excluded from ponds. In terms of non-natives, walking humans can disperse seeds for very long distances, up to at least 10 kilometers. Non-native species are an issue at a range of sites, and I flag one in particular, Piri-Piri burr, which, for example, on Holy Island and the Northumbrian coast, the sand dune systems there, is increasingly an issue. These burrs are clearly spread by human feet and the passage of pets, and you can see the plant dominating in areas with high levels of access. Increased fire risk is more and more an issue at sites, and last summer, many areas that hadn't had fires before were experiencing those risks. I think the impacts are self-evident, but it's those major catastrophic events. There's lots of evidence that fire is linked to people having barbecues, the occurrence of fires is linked to campfires, and the presence of people in the countryside. There's also evidence from Dorset of increased fire incidents on those heaths surrounded by more housing. And of course, access can also make it difficult to fight fires, for example, getting access for emergency services. So there's a clear association between fire and the presence of people in the countryside. And I think this is something that is going to be moving up and up the agenda with climate change. And of those four main headings at the top, disturbance is the one I've got to last, and I want to spend a little bit more time on. And as I mentioned, disturbance is quite an emotive term, and I want to break it down as it's one of the most contentious topics. One of the ways disturbance can work is avoidance of suitable habitat. And what I mean here is that the animals, the birds, are just not present at all. So it's not like you can see the birds being flushed. It's not intuitive that there's an impact of disturbance. It's just the birds aren't there. This beach would be good for ring plover, perhaps, but not with that level of people using it. So the sheer numbers of people means that the birds, the animals, simply aren't present. The behavioural response is the one everybody focuses on. Birds fly away when you approach them. There are thousands of studies that show this, and it's obvious. Birds respond to the presence of people, animals, and they can flee, and this can have energetic consequences. But this is just one of the impacts of disturbance, one component. There's also direct mortality. Chicks can die when the adults are excluded from the nest. Nests can be trodden on, trampled on, and there are a range of studies that show increased predation rates where there are more people. For example, where the adults are flushed from the nest. And finally, there's physiological responses. This photograph isn't one of mine, it's from the internet. It's a penguin. I'm not sure, I think it might be stuffed, but certainly I think that penguin would be stressed by the presence of that piper. And most of the studies of physiological responses involving stress and are done on Arctic or subarctic, Antarctic seabirds. And I'm kind of focusing on birds, that's one of my particular research interests, but also there's evidence for disturbance impacts for adder, for tiger beetles, and for a range of mammals. This is an example of avoidance and direct mortality, and this is taken from my PhD many years ago, but it's still one of the examples I find easiest to explain and talk through. In red, we have the number of people along 11-kilometre stretch of beach. This is on the Wash near Snettisham, Heacham in Norfolk. So we have from north to south variable numbers of people, and then the blue line is showing the total number of nests. That's ring plover nests found over a 3-year period. Those marked peaks in the people are where the car parks are present. And you can see that the distribution of nests is such that the birds are clearly avoiding the areas with higher people. Now, these birds were mostly all colouring. They had a very high percentage ringed, and I was following them throughout the year. The adults are on territory in February, and that's when the beach was pretty much deserted, and yet the adults still avoided those areas where there was high disturbance. The mechanism for that was those adults were 18, 20 years in some cases. They'd been breeding on the site for a number of years, and they knew where they returned to the same territories where they had bred successfully in the previous year. So you can see that there are 1 or 2 nesting attempts in areas of high disturbance, and those were young birds that were desperate for territory and were taking occupancy of the only available space. They failed and abandoned very quickly, but those 2 small bips, I don't know if you can see the cursor here, those were first-year birds and they were never seen again after they left the site. They didn't return in future years. So that attempting to breed by the young birds is showing that the presence of people was creating and limiting the number of birds present on the site because there wasn't the available space. In addition to this avoidance, around 8.5% of nests were lost to trampling. And I used plasticine eggs to check the levels of trampling and the causes. And here you can see the effects of Nike trainers, bicycle wheels and other things on those plasticine eggs. So even in those areas where there's relatively few people, there's still a degree of direct mortality caused by the trampling. And I just want to say a little bit more about physiological impacts. I think we all understand the impact that stress can have on health. This is an area where there is a lack of evidence, but what there is compelling. There are a range of studies that have compared the amount of corticosterone, a stress hormone, in feces for birds in different areas or subjected to different levels of disturbance. For example, studies of black grouse and little bustard. There are also studies that show elevated heart rates. In one example, a wandering albatross incubating the nest showed an elevated heart rate for 2 to 3 hours after someone had passed the nest. But the point is that wandering albatross did not appear disturbed. It did not appear stressed. There was no evidence in its behavior that stress was taking place, and yet there was an energetic cost of that person passing the nest. The effects may only be evident in poor breeding success, and for example, one study suggests high desertion rates for kittiwakes was associated with disturbance, increasing the energetic costs for the birds such that they realized they could not gain enough food to cope with the elevated stress levels, and they abandoned the nest. Many disturbance studies focus solely on birds taking flight and the energetic costs of being flushed. These can easily be modelled, yet physiological impacts are much harder to understand and are hidden. And I think there's a key area of understanding here about the implications for long-term fitness for birds and other animals from physiological impacts. And finally, I just want to touch on management, and I've got a sort of bin here of other impacts from recreation. And recreation can make sites increasingly hard to manage. For example, grazing with livestock and dogs is very hard to juggle. And I think the long-term future for grazing and grazing systems where there are high levels of access can be challenging to maintain. And it's not just dog attacks, wildlife can, the grazing livestock can be their distribution affected by the presence of people. And there is some work showing the elevated costs of providing for access, the infrastructure, the necessary time and replacement costs, emptying dog bins, collecting litter, fencing, maintaining paths and other infrastructure. I think understanding the long-term cost implications of ensuring that the right infrastructure and suitable infrastructure is in place on our high nature conservation sites is an area of further research. But when you put all these together, one of the key points is that these operate and the impacts occur synergistically. I've given you a lightning tour of a range of impacts, but when these operate together, it can be very hard to have the confidence that just, for example, dealing with the trampling effects is adequate to address all of the concerns. Damage, contamination and fire can lead to changes in vegetation communities. Those habitat changes can have implications for species distribution, which then disturbance can have an impact. Loss of the ability to graze sites further impedes the habitat quality and the ability to achieve good condition. Pippa's talked a little bit about who visits countryside sites for recreation, and I reiterate her point that understanding access and visitor surveys are critical. And at Footprint Ecology, we spend a lot of time undertaking such surveys. A wide range of access takes place on our high value nature sites. And I've put that dog walking circle the largest because when we undertake interviews and counts on nature conservation sites, dog walking is typically by far the most common activity, followed by people walking without dogs. And then there's a whole wide range of other activities that account for the rest. Here's some examples. The New Forest on the left, that's 5,236 interviews. Don't worry about the small print. The brown colour at the top is dog walkers, with the darker colour reflecting those on holiday. Green is those walking, grey is other, and yellow cyclists. And similar colour schemes are in the pie charts on the right, just to give you some other examples. So on the Pebblebed Heath, 223 interviews, and those are interviews at random across the site. 61% of people were visiting to walk their dogs. On the Exe Estuary, 43% visiting to walk their dogs, 39% visiting for walking. And I'm just flagging up paddleboards here. They accounted just for around 1% of the people interviewed on the Exe. But the key point is that access patterns are not static. Access changes over time, and it's really important to have up-to-date data because the levels of activity and the activities people are undertaking can change very dramatically. And paddleboarding is one of the good examples of how just a few years ago, you hardly ever saw any paddleboards. And moving on, we map visitor routes as part of interviews, and these show where people go. This example is from the New Forest and involved over 250,000 clicks to digitize. There's lots we can do with this kind of data, but the key point I want you to take from this is that the distribution of people across sites is often extensive. Here, zooming in, the red dots are where we undertook interviews. The yellow dots are other locations where it's possible to park or enter the site. And the black lines reflect the walking routes. And you can see the spread of people from the locations where we undertook the surveys. And looking at the typical route data, this is similar to some of the ones Pippa mentioned, but here on a very large, extensive site, the typical dog walk on the left, 2.8 kilometres, and the typical walking route, 3.3 kilometres. As part of the interviews, we also gather postcode data. We have tens of thousands of postcodes for people and details about their visits to countryside sites. And here are just some recent examples. And I'm quoting here the 75th percentiles. When we ask people why they choose the location interviewed rather than another site, close to home is by far the most common answer. And these 75th percentiles reflect the kind of distances most people are coming from. And these are people just visiting from home only, excluding tourists. You can see for some coastal sites, the draw of the coast is particularly strong. But then for those other sites, people are typically coming in the range of sort of 8 to 12, 13 kilometres. So I've talked about impacts, I've talked about some of the visitor data, and now I just want to touch on solutions. And a clear pattern that much recreation use is by dog walkers on our nature conservation sites and relatively local people, and they're selecting sites because they are close to home. These images are taken at some of our most important European sites designated for their bird interest. How do we achieve nature recovery and provide for access like this? Well, there are lots of approaches to manage access on sites through signage, engagement, infrastructure, social media, and I'm sure we'll have lots of examples today, and I'm looking forward to hearing about them. I'll flag that there are some evidence gaps, in particular, the optimum ranger deployment to influence behaviours such as dogs on leads. How frequently do you need rangers on site? Face-to-face engagement, what level? How many people do they need to talk to? Also, effective signage designs. I'd love to see more experimental work testing different designs of sign. Many of our wildlife sites are semi-natural habitats, and for example, commons and heathlands have had people use them for centuries. In the UK, we are quite unique in the way that access and nature conservation overlap. Yet much of the wider countryside does not have a right of access. And as I draw near the end of this presentation, I just want to dwell on this split for a moment. If we are to rely on our key nature sites for nature recovery and are looking to restore natural processes, can our nature sites really cope with the high visitor numbers? Are high visitor numbers and lots of visitor infrastructure compatible, for example, with naturalistic grazing with larger animals, especially where visitor use is dog walking, exercise, and space for kids to play? One solution is for better zoning and a fundamental shift in access provision, where visitor use is more concentrated in some areas and reduced in others. And there are clear changes in what is acceptable and where. This is the approach that you see in many American national parks and sites across Europe. At many of the sites, footprint has been working. A network of car parks were installed decades ago, in the 1970s, and they're not necessarily in the locations considered ideal now. How might we redistribute access and achieve zoning? I think this is likely to become increasingly important. At Stonehenge, the visitor centre and main car park are set back away from the monument, allowing people to walk to visit. Do we need a major rethink of access infrastructure at countryside sites with an idea to redistribute access? There are a range of approaches to zoning and their application in the UK. I've highlighted here limits of acceptable change, which is a common process used across the United States. I think trying to establish these frameworks and test them is an area of a clear evidence gap in the UK. And finally, I want to highlight that providing for access at our nature sites and thinking about zoning doesn't mean restricting the overall area available for recreation. I'm sure many of you are aware of SANGs, suitable alternative natural green space. These are areas created to deflect access away from sensitive sites. There is a growing body of evidence on the effectiveness of these, and many are really well-used popular sites. I highlight some particularly good examples such as Dawlish Countryside Park or Upton Country Park in Dorset. Dangs can hold some biodiversity interest. They can act as multifunctional green spaces, providing services such as flood relief, water quality, but most importantly, they can be inspiring and welcoming green spaces that are promoted and managed for countryside access. Creating more sites like this around the periphery of the more sensitive nature conservation sites and deflecting more of the access to these kind of sites and away from the nature conservation sites, and perhaps redistributing access in the nature conservation sites that there are more gateways, more areas around the edges, the buffer zones and things, is a way forward to reduce some of the pressures on the core areas. And the effective design of green space to make it work in these kind of ways and those other countryside sites is another area I flag. So to conclude, I've provided a whirlwind tour of impacts and solutions and hopefully provided some context and introduction for the day. I hope also some food for thought. Thank you.
Owen, thank you very much. That was absolutely brilliant, kind of setting out the issues and your experience in this area. So thank you very much. We're now going to stop for a break and we'll come back at 11 o'clock. So 11 o'clock. Thank you very much. Welcome back. I hope you have had opportunity to replenish your cup of tea, and we'll start in a few moments. We're going to post some polls and would really welcome people to participate by way of feedback and to give us a sense of where we as a sector are in managing these complicated issues. So encourage you to answer the polls. But for this second session today, we're going to be looking at recreation, disturbance and conservation from a variety of different perspectives, both from the social science, the gritty challenges of implementing this on the ground, creating better provision, as well as finally a legal viewpoint. And we've got a team of great speakers from a number of different organisations. And I'm very pleased to say that Hans Meltoff from the Danish Ornithological Society, a BirdLife founder, has agreed to introduce this session off the back of his recent review of the human impacts of disturbance on birds. Hans, thank you.
Thanks a lot. Do you hear me?
Yep, can hear and see you clearly.
Hello, everyone. I want to mention an item that very few people are aware of. I have written it down so that I do not miss anything. It only takes about 2 minutes. Why are most larger birds often so shy? Anyone who has traveled in India or in many countries in sub-Saharan Africa has seen how trustful birds can be in these countries. In India, a large raptor, an eagle, can sit in the top of a tree 10 meters above your head, while they in Western Europe would fly away at more than 100 meters distance. The reason is that in Europe they have been shot at for 200 years, since industrialization made shotguns so cheap that anyone could buy one. In the Copper River Delta in Alaska, my wife and I once approached a flock of 2,000 dunlins to see when they would flush. When we came really close, the closest birds ran to the sides so that we could walk right into the flock. The birds closed the circle behind us so that we stood in the middle of the flock with intensively feeding birds all around us, with only a radius of about 20 meters without birds. Waders have not been hunted during the last 100 years in North America. It is hunting that to a very large extent determines how shy birds are. We just don't see it. We think that it is natural that larger birds fly away from us at hundreds of meters distance instead of the 20 or 30 meters that is natural. So not only do hunting disturb a lot, as many scientific studies have shown, it also makes the bird so shy that the rest of us disturb much more than we otherwise would do. I do not argue that hunting should be forbidden, but hunting intensity in our part of the world should be severely reduced. That would solve a lot of problems. Things are already improving, but there's a long way to go. Thank you very much.
Hans, thank you very much. That was a great contribution to kick us off. Thank you very much. And I know you've just published a review recently on recreational disturbance in Denmark, and we will look to share a link to that so people can read on the work that you've done.
Thanks a lot.
Great. Okay, I'm now going to move us on to our second speaker. This is Jessie Fitz, a social scientist from the RSPB, and it's a video. So please bear with us whilst we set it up, and we'll make the screen as big as possible. Thank you.
To chat about behavior change science and how to incorporate techniques into your work around recreational disturbance. So we'll start out a bit light. If you could change anything in the world, in your job, in your life, what would it be? I'll give you a minute to think about that. Some of you might have chosen the macro, like improve adults' connection to nature, reverse climate change and world hunger, or some the micro, like me, and get my partner to actually put his shoes on the shoe rack. Or you've chosen something incredibly pertinent to today, such as reducing recreational disturbance. Your life, what would it be? I'll give you a minute to think about that. Some of you might have chosen the macro, like improve adults' connection to nature, reverse climate change and world hunger, or some the micro, like me, and get my partner to actually put his shoes on the shoe rack. Or you've chosen something incredibly pertinent to today, such as reducing recreational disturbance. No matter what you have selected, and there is no judgment, but let's break that down a little bit. Each problem, in some capacity, is made up of a number of human behaviors or a single behavior. And we know some of the factors involved in the climate crisis. We have waste, transport, energy use, food decisions. So let's select one and narrow it down a bit further. We'll take the very hot topic, pun intended, because it's not very hot in this home, of energy usage and break it down. Reducing energy in the home. Not really a behavior though, and it's too broad to look to change. So maybe something more like adults working away from home, turning off heating when at work. Here we have an audience, a specific behavior, and a context. Now we're talking. And this may seem a bit detailed in the grand scheme of things, but realistically, we need to start here, and that's the behavior. It may seem easy, you know, very simply, we ask people, we teach them, or we incentivize them. But time and time again, we have been shown that these don't always work. Interestingly, a study found that one of the best ways to build climate change concern among adults is indirectly through their school-aged children. Each problem, each person, every group of people, every behavior is incredibly complex and deserves thorough examination. If we are trying to tackle a problem that involves human behaviors that we're looking to change, the best avenue to do so is through using evidence to build behavior change interventions. You definitely don't need me to tell you that humans are complex creatures and potentially less predictable than our lovely non-human counterparts. Every day we're making decisions and performing actions that impact the world around us. A need arose to understand these behaviors, and luckily, some folks have decided to study the behaviors and determine how to change them. They've tested complex and rigorous theories, methodologies, and frameworks, of which there are hundreds. Originally, these were trialed and created mainly for the health sciences to look at problems related to smoking, diets, medicine, etc. But only recently, though, and I'm not sure why, we have discovered how these findings can be more widely used in conservation, environmental sciences, animal welfare, and land management. Before we delve in, I want to mention some key takeaways. We want to debunk some common misconceptions about behavior change and understand why behavior change is so important. While it's really just two common words put together, it is actually an evidence-based sector. I hope that you can incorporate behavior change understandings into the context of a problem that you're experiencing within your work. Behavior change doesn't mean that humans are constantly villains or acting out of hatred towards the environment. There can be many reasons why people act, believe, and feel a certain way. And that's because we act and exist in a system of very different moving parts. So this is what we are studying. To change human behavior, we need to understand the behavior, drivers, enablers, individual differences. Human behavior change is understanding why we make certain decisions, choices, form habits, and generally behave the way that we do. We can look to change behavior based on what we understand. This is all very much easier said than done. You likely see the role humans play in your work every day. But what we do need to consider, which can be difficult sometimes, is what drives these behaviors. How can we change them? And what happens when we do? So we start out with a simple human behavior, but with that, we can shape community behaviors. And all of these are not happening in a vacuum. Each behavior and all community behaviors are the result of context. This context can be things like we've mentioned, so the environment, beliefs, attitudes, knowledge, policies. And as we saw in the climate change example, individuals' behaviors can also have a ripple effect. We aren't just impacting energy usage, but oftentimes a host of behaviors and potentially perceptions towards our environment and the natural world. This shows us that behavior is context-driven. Let's consider birds. We are the RSPB after all. There are wild birds, pet birds, zoo house birds. Birds exist in the world in many capacities. Some nest on the ground, some in our gardens, some eat people's food, some are tagged, some live in houses. But the key here is that they exist mainly in our lives. They are living primarily in human environments and communities. We aren't looking at the right or the wrong way to treat or act near birds. To improve how we coexist, we must change the behavior of those who interact with them and their habitats. That's us. The benefit is behavior doesn't just happen. Behavior is a result of a circumstance or context. So going back to our many influencers of behavior, one of the main and most complex ones to examine is the impact that other people have on our behavior. Going to walk you through a completely hypothetical situation. So let's imagine we're all actually in this meeting conference in real life. And we're all sitting in a room. And I'm chatting away, human behavior change, blah, 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 blah. And all of you individually realize that there's smoke coming through a vent in the ceiling. A few moments go by, and you notice that all of your fellow conference members see the smoke, but just keep listening to my presentation. What would you do? Would you speak up or remain silent? Many of you might have said that you would speak up in this case. And that's great, I'd want to be in a room with you. But studies have found that the opposite is likely to be the case. In a study carried out in 1968, they could get away with a lot more back then, they set up this exact smoke in the room example. They found that within 6 minutes, 75% of people alone took action. Great. However, the interesting part is that within 6 minutes, 38% of people working in groups of 3 participants took action. This means that 62% of people working in groups just carried on working. This phenomenon could be explained by the bystander effect. The bystander effect is the tendency for people to be inactive in high danger situations due to the presence of others. The bystander effect is one of the many psychological explanations for behavior and shows that sometimes we can act in ways that are a bit different than expected. Humans don't always make decisions based on what's presented to them, and oftentimes are not rational thinkers. Social influence is any change in an individual's thoughts, feelings, or behaviors caused by other people who might actually be present or whose presence is imagined, expected, or only implied. Otherwise, how people affect us. While people are a large and very important influence on behaviors, there are many other influences to consider. One main driver of behavior that people often focus on is knowledge. An interesting study was done on confinement practices for pigs. The study found a significant increase in knowledge of pig confinement practices after an educational intervention. They even found a spillover effect of this knowledge into the community. But after the intervention, there were no changes in the actual confinement practices of these farmers. And with a closer look, even before the intervention, 40% of farmers knew how to create a model pig pen, but none of them actually did it. I mean, who can relate to this? Who here knows that exercising, eating healthy, getting good sleep is good for you? And how many of us actually do this every single day? Knowledge is a large consideration in behavior change. However, information provision only changes behavior about 20% of the time. Therefore, we can debunk the common misbelief that education equals behavior change. If we tell people what they should be doing, they will not necessarily be doing it. So something else must be happening here. Part of the reason that we look at behavior change is because behavior can be difficult to understand from the onset. Let's take this hypothetical case study. So an organization realizes that there's a rising number of windsurfers to a beach, which is impacting a native species. They create an in-depth campaign to discourage windsurfing in the area and promote an alternate location. It includes educational programs talking about the detriment to the species. There's flyers and outreach. They connect with local businesses to spread the word. Everything is set up, but when they launch, no one changes their behavior. This organization failed to realize an important physical barrier to behavior change. So they provided the community with the knowledge and the free access to spaces, but they failed to recognize that people couldn't get to a new beach. This was because very few people had cars, and it's not easy to take a surfboard on public transport. This demonstrates the importance of understanding more about your problem and potential barriers to a specific behavior. To begin to understand a bit more about our problem, we should gather insights to identify things like constraints and resources that we might not have been aware of before. If we base our insights on assumptions, we can run into a problem like we saw in the previous case, where they assumed that people could just get to the new surf location. This can help save your organization both time and money. Insights help give us a full picture of the problem within the communities and the behaviors at play. And there are many ways to gather insights, which can be dependent on certain constraints. One way is through secondary research, such as peer-reviewed scientific papers. Here, Google Scholar can be a great resource. We tend to look for papers that have been published in a reputable journal. Secondary research also includes things like reports and articles. There are a lot of organizations at this conference today that have been gathering data and case studies on problems related to recreational disturbance for years, and this could be a really great resource to network. If there doesn't seem to be any research on your topic, you can gather your own insights through speaking with other organizations, observing behaviors, or going into the community and carrying out semi-structured interviews, focus groups, and surveys. These are all ways that we can begin to understand the problem better, so we can determine the who, what, when, where, and why of the problem. When looking at behaviors, it's important to see who is involved, potential stakeholders, and select a target audience. The study noticed a problem with disturbance to island nesting birds from a tourist site. In this problem, there are a couple different types of visitors. There's families, birders, dog walkers, and photographers. So the researchers conducted a great study implementing signage, asking visitors not to approach the nests. The signs were extremely successful in increasing the distance between all visitors in the colony, except for one group. All visitors who ignored the signs and got within 1 meter of the colony were photographers. Now we can say that efforts can be further focused on the audience of photographers. And this is a great example of how we can begin looking at audiences to build an intervention. Not only do we want to specify the behavior, but also the audience. And getting as specific as possible will help the intervention be effective. So once you identify a key behavior you would like to change and your target audience, you can begin to look at putting theory into practice by creating an intervention aimed at changing that behavior. So an interesting study looked at reducing petrified wood theft in the petrified forest. When the signs read, "Many past visitors have removed the petrified wood from the forest, changing the state of the petrified forest," visitors were 4 times more likely to steal wood than "Please don't remove the petrified wood from the park." This is because the signage actually brought light to the fact that everyone else was doing it, otherwise speaking to injunctive norms, which is how we should behave, and descriptive norms, which is what everyone else is doing. These researchers were testing how theory constructs can help us design an intervention. And it was clearly helpful, as the wording made a huge difference. So the phenomena at play here goes back to things like social influence and how our perceptions of others or norms impact behavior. Frameworks, theories, and methodologies can help further explain behavior to build an intervention. And this is where the cone B can be very helpful. The cone B is part of the behavior change wheel, which is a method for designing interventions that brings together findings from a number of different frameworks. And this is only one of many behavior change methods, but does provide a great starting point for understanding barriers and enablers of behavior and where to target an intervention. Cone B stands for capability, opportunity, and motivation, which drive behavior. For capability, we're looking at physical and psychological capability. So for example, in our case with the surfing community, they didn't have the physical capability to get to the new location. Psychological capability is where our knowledge and understanding comes in. For opportunity, we need to be in a physical environment that supports the behavior. So preventing disturbance from ATVs is difficult when there's an ATV rental place right nearby. We need to be in a social environment that makes the behavior possible, which all goes back to things like social influence and conformity and groupthink. In motivation, there's automatic motivation, where you may be motivated unconsciously to do the target behavior more than other behaviors. This is similar to habits. Reflective motivation is being motivated consciously to perform the behavior more than others. Let's take the example from our RSPB project, Reducing Disturbance to Beach Nesting Birds. This is the project that myself and the social science team at the RSPB are working on, which is funded by Natural England. Our fieldwork is focused on the Norfolk coast, and we've been in the insights gathering stages, so we're building up our understanding of the problem through literature reviews and focus groups. And we've found that typically residential dog owners are non-compliant to beach regulations to keeping their dogs on the lead. Our intervention method has been defined as signage. So looking at our target behavior, dog walkers and owners putting their dog on the lead or keeping their dog on the lead at beaches with lead use restrictions on the Norfolk coast. And upon delving a bit further, we have learned some things that could actually feed into a cone B model. For capability, owners might not know what disturbance looks like and know that a dog can have an enriched walk while on the lead. So therefore, they're lacking the psychological capability. For opportunity, owners don't have any other off-lead areas near them, or they don't have an enclosed garden, so they might lack the physical opportunity. For motivation, owners might know about the dog walking restrictions, but they're more motivated to take their dog off the lead because otherwise their dog will be a nightmare pulling the lead on the beach. When it comes to interventions, there are many different techniques, and some interventions involve quite a range of these. And we'll look at those laid out by the behavior change wheel, of which the COMBI is part of. So these involve education, persuasion, incentivization, coercion, training, restriction, environmental restructuring, modeling, and enablement. Education is increasing knowledge or understanding. Persuasion, using communication to induce positive or negative feelings or simulate action. Incentivization is creating the expectation of reward. Training is imparting skills. Coercion is creating the expectation of punishment or cost. Modeling is providing an example for people to aspire to or imitate. Enablement is increasing means or reducing barriers to increase capability or opportunity. Environmental restructuring is changing the physical or social context. And restriction is using rules to reduce the opportunity to engage in the target behavior. Our dog disturbance intervention will be trialing these techniques, but most importantly, we'll be evaluating their efficacy. We will measure theory constructs through observations and semi-structured interviews, providing rich data on what might be more effective. When building an intervention, it's important to measure the impact of your intervention because behavior is really difficult to measure, and intention to change behavior doesn't always mean a change in behavior. We want to measure as many factors as possible. So this could include things like attitude change, belief, behavior, and skills. Or if you could measure an outcome, such as the amount of litter on a ground for an intervention that's focused on reducing litter, that would be incredibly helpful. Data gathering in this sense is really useful to evaluate because interventions you'll be able to go back and revise as necessary, especially in such a budding field. At the RSPB, we are looking to incorporate behavior change into a wide range of work. We've covered some key points about behavior change to consider when designing projects in your work. Firstly, behavior change is a science and is context-driven. Humans aren't always rational thinkers. Education doesn't always lead to behavior change. Insights shouldn't be based on assumptions. The target audience should always be selected, and to measure the impact when possible. You might not have the tools to completely solve the problem at the beginning that you dreamed of, but hopefully you are changing the way you look at solutions to problems. A behavior change book put it beautifully by saying that often we solve problems by using the ISLAGIATT principle, aka it seemed like a good idea at the time. Hopefully, we are moving forward with using an intentional approach rooted in understanding. A big thank you to all of our colleagues at the RSPB on the social science team and those on the ground at Norfolk, especially with those working in the incredible projects Plovers in Peril and Little Turn. Huge thank you to Natural England for funding this collaboration. And thank you to you all. If you would like to get in touch, my details are here. And just a shameless shout out to say that we are currently advertising focus groups and volunteer opportunities in Norfolk. If you are based there and interested, please get in touch. Thank you so much.
Well, that was fantastic. I'm only sorry that we don't have Jessie Fitz here with us today, hence the video. I'm going to move us straight on to our next speaker, Dave Barrett from Turning Point. Dave, you're going to talk us through some of your gritty experiences of implementing this for real. So I'll hand it over to you. Thank you very much. We can see your screen.
Fantastic. Good morning, everyone. You can hear me okay, yeah?
Yep.
Brilliant. Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm absolutely delighted to have the opportunity to talk to you. So I run a small company called Turning Moment, and my kind of background, or recent background actually, is I'm a specialist consultant in violence, aggression and conflict at work. And we consult in all sorts of situations and train and teach people to deal with pretty unpleasant kind of situations. But prior to doing that, I was very privileged to have a long career with the RSPB as a countryside manager. And as a bit of a kind of strange opportunity, really, I had the opportunity in 2019 to join those two things together and come up with a program which was designed to solve a particular problem in a particular place within the National Trust, to deal with some particularly difficult behaviour that the staff there were having to deal with. And we called that program Staying Safe. That's kind of developed and grown, and absolutely fantastic from my perspective is that we run this program called Safe and Sound. It's called something slightly different in the National Trust, called Protecting People and Places, which supports countryside people with dealing with the more gritty, unpleasant side of some of the issues we've been discussing so far this morning. Since 2019, we've trained probably upwards of 1,500 people in how to deal with these kind of more challenging situations. So in the session today, I kind of want to talk through the reality of managing sort of face-to-face contact, telephone contact, email contact with people who are upset, angry, cross about something. Share our experiences of the reality, and give you something to take away that you can actually try out when you get back to the ranch. So what's been fab for me is I think nearly every speaker, Rosie, Pippa, Derwin and Jessie, have all talked about dogs. So I've got a question for you to have on the back burner throughout my presentation this morning, which is, why is it so difficult to get a positive response when we ask someone to put their dog on a lead? And I'll come back to this at various times through the presentation, but have a think about that question as we run through things. So having worked for the RSPB, one of the real sort of standout things for me in RSPB was the kind of science, the quality of the science. So it's kind of ingrained in you when you work with the RSPB that you have to be very rigorous in your data. I haven't got data for this. This is kind of an estimate, really, of what we see in reality when we're dealing with people and what people talk to us about, which is this normal distribution of how people behave. So in any population, you can expect roughly a normal distribution. So if we think about communicating with people effectively and getting people to cooperate with us, we see this kind of normal distribution in action. So if we think about being a really good communicator, what we will get in any situation is some people who are supportive, no matter how effective we are at communicating, and that's at that left-hand end of the distribution. Most people in the middle are probably okay, they don't worry about it and could go either way. And then at the other end of the distribution, no matter how fantastic we are at communicating, we'll get people who will complain, moan and resist. And unfortunately, there's an even smaller subset of that right-hand distribution who we have to be careful with. In my work, I do come across, serious assaults and aggression, very aggressive behaviour. In the settings that you work, it's very rare. But unfortunately, what we find is one of the impacts of dealing with people who are difficult to manage is it does have an impact on staff and volunteers. So kind of common things that people talk to us about are being worn down by consistently dealing with people who are difficult to manage. And over time, that can lead to people feeling unwell and suffering from things like anxiety and depression in really serious situations. And then in sort of more serious situations, we might have things like PTSD, sort of one-off acute problems where people have experienced something that surprised them or shocked them, a sort of an outburst, an aggressive outburst, that kind of thing. which can stay with people. So as I said, the more aggressive stuff is rarer, and it tends to be what we call this kind of day-to-day dripping glacial of wearing people down. So these are the kind of things, and this is in the countryside setting, so being very clear about that. So when we've worked with organisations that are either conservation organisations, national parks, wildlife trust, national trust, RSPB, these are the kind of things that we come across in terms of some of the behaviour that we come across, and antisocial behaviour. And what we mean by antisocial behaviour is behaviour that doesn't fit with social norms and is unpleasant, really. Disrespect and rudeness is quite common, and even things like people threatening firearms and using weapons, that kind of thing. So again, those are quite rare, but they do happen. In terms of the types of issues, very, very wide-ranging issues that we come across, and you'll be pleased to see that the old chestnut of dealing with dogs is our top answer. It's the thing that comes up most commonly in our sessions about people wanting to know how to deal with those types of issues better. I'll come back to some of these other things as we go through the session. Unauthorized launching is about boats, canoes, inflatables, all of that kind of thing. So people, kind of rocking up in the car, got something on the roof and just sort of popping it in the water in somewhere that they shouldn't, or from somewhere that they shouldn't. So just having that normal distribution in the back of your mind as I talk through things. When we talk to someone, the idea, what we're trying to do is hopefully both parties come away from that interaction feeling good about the interaction and go about their day feeling good about their visit to whatever property or site they've come to, and the member of staff feeling, or the volunteer feeling, that they've actually got something in the bag and the person has complied. And so when we approach these kind of situations, we have deep within us, and this is all unconscious, by the way, it's very rare that we kind of think about this more consciously. We have some needs and interests that we want to get across to the other person. And at a very deep level in our brains, we're making a decision about whether we're going to cooperate or compete with this individual, and they're doing the same. And the sorts of things that determine whether we cooperate or compete is the beliefs and values we hold about the situation, our experience of resolving conflict. So if we come from a family environment or an environmental setting where the way things are resolved are to shout and scream and F and Jeff at people, that's our normal way of dealing with it, and that's how we would deal with it. And looking at that normal distribution and people up the right hand side, that's the kind of behavior you might get if people come from situations where that's how they deal with conflict, for example. Understanding and knowledge. Jessie talked about the importance of do I actually understand what's going on in this situation? And I think something that's very common is often people don't understand what is being asked of them. I think often language is way too complicated. Most people don't know what a triple SI is, an SPA, a protected area, all of these kind of things. So something that we really double down on is keeping language simple, keeping principles simple, and talking very straightforwardly to people about issues and problems. How emotionally intelligent the person is, that kind of thing. And then a real factor which drives a lot of conflict in my experience is instinct and whether the person feels threatened. So as soon as somebody feels threatened, they are more likely to compete, and the situation starts to escalate. There's lots of strong research that suggests, unfortunately, if you're a man, you're more likely to compete than a woman. And I think some of the problems with kind of interacting in these different sort of settings is that a lot of what happens can be unconscious, and we're already in a situation that's escalated before we've realized what's going on, and that can be quite challenging to deal with. So there are other factors that kind of increase the intensity of the situation. So Derwin very eloquently talked earlier about fires, moorland fires, heathland fires, those kind of things. And what we find is if there are extreme consequences in terms of a situation that a member of staff is trying to deal with, what we find is that has the potential to increase the likelihood of the situation escalating, because there's a consequence. So if you've got someone's dog running around in a turn colony, I used to manage a turn colony myself for the RSPB. I know what that can be like. There's a dog off the lead, it's jumped over the fence, it's running around, it's disturbing everything, particularly if, you know, birds are sitting on eggs when they're more vulnerable to deserting, that kind of thing. So what we find is tension and consequence run hand in hand with the situation escalating. So there's sometimes real urgency to trying to resolve something quickly. Through our work, we found that people who are operating alone or in a remote location can feel more vulnerable, particularly when they're trying to deal with a piece of problematic behavior. And when people are more vulnerable, they're less confident, and they convey vulnerability to the people that they're dealing with. So something that we try to instill in people that we work with is increasing their confidence and decision making when dealing with problematic issues. And that's a really key thing. So if you're a bit of a shrinking violet, it's probably unlikely to go as well as it could. We find that anything to do with cars can be also extremely problematic. If you increase the sunniness and the temperature of the day and a long journey and a queue of traffic, then that just adds to it. So approaching people in cars, talking to people in cars can be a bit of an issue. Quite often, the conflict is not generated by something obvious. It could be the fact that the infrastructure on the site is not suitable for that many cars, for example. So there's a queue, and so it can be traced back to quite, you know, more difficult things. Is the site actually suitable for, you know, that number of cars? And then the staff are there trying to handle and calm situations down, which have escalated because there's a massive queue of traffic and people are getting cross and angry with each other. The other thing that we find with cars actually is people tend to go a little bit funny when they're in them and can do very stupid things. So we've had people driven at, people you know, had wheel spins at them, and that happens on things like motorbikes as well. So I think cars are a particular risk area that we need to be mindful of. And then Jesse mentioned the kind of group dynamics. And when we're approaching and talking to people in groups, that could be a family group, it could be a group of young men, it doesn't really matter. There are a couple of things that we need to be mindful of, and that's status and reputation. So when we're talking with people in groups, there's often an undesignated group leader, and they're concerned with their status and reputation. So approaching and talking to people in groups takes, in my experience, a great deal of skill, practice, and confidence to do it well. And it's a much more sensitive environment to kind of talk to people in. So just a couple of things really to think about, a couple of key questions which, so in the work that we do in the training and coaching and supporting people, we get people to think about some of the preparation that they might need to make. So often there's a lot of focus on the actual engagement of the issue and talking to people and what do I say, what do I do when I'm actually talking to the person. There's quite some really interesting research that talks about, you know, doing a lot more work up front. And Jessie was talking about that very, very well in her session about the signage, all of the kind of backup things you need that help you kind of and set the context for you to have better conversations, which is essentially what we're talking about here. And a really key piece of preparation is thinking about audiences. So Jessie talked about that again in her talk. You know, what kind of people am I talking to? And thinking about, you know, the reasons of why somebody should cooperate with me. And our objective in these situations is to get someone to cooperate. And I think often we're focused on the end point, which is getting the car moved, getting the dog on the lead, getting the barbecue fire put out, when in fact, what we don't think about is how we're going to get that person into a more cooperative state first. So if the person is cooperative rather than competitive, we're more likely to get somewhere, and it's less likely to escalate. So that first question is, what's the reason this person should cooperate with me? And then secondly, how willing do I think they are to do that? So what we found is that there are some people, as I said at the beginning of the presentation, if we look at that normal distribution, no matter what you do or say to them, they're not going to cooperate with you. And I think it's thinking about how you deal with that. And rather than escalating, and this I find is one of the most challenging aspects of dealing with this type of issue, staff and volunteers who care greatly about what they're doing to actually remove themselves from a situation feels like a very big step to do that. And that's something that we encourage and support and try and help people to do, recognizing when they're in a situation that despite their best efforts, they've gone to great lengths to get the person to change, they're not going to do that. At what point do you actually stop the interaction and walk away? So that's something that we think is really key. So just thinking more widely then about something that you can kind of take away from today. And so part of my kind of work portfolio is I do a lot of work with the Samaritans. I'm a consultant for them, and I kind of train and consult on issues like suicide prevention. I'm also a volunteer for them as a listener. And I think one of the things that's really shocked me, I guess, is how we listen to people can have a profound effect on outcomes and making people more likely to be cooperative. And what I find in these situations, when something's going on and there's an issue, people are very quick to move into what I call explaining mode. So they're explaining their position, they're explaining the issues, they're talking about the problems. And if the person is in a non-cooperative state, so they're in that competitive state, they're unlikely to want to take on board what you're explaining. So what we try and adopt and try and help people with is, how can you get that other person into listening mode? And the way that we do that is by listening ourselves. So if we can get the person talking, if we can get the person explaining to us about how they're feeling, what they think the problems are, what we find is that can have a very profound effect, and that can start to calm things down. It's not always possible. You know, again, if someone's in that right-hand end of the distribution, they probably don't want to explain anything, or they want to explain it in a way that's not particularly pleasant. So I guess my question to you is, thinking about your listening and thinking about how well do you currently balance these two elements of what you explain to people and how you listen to people. And in our experience as consultants doing this work all the time, probably that balance needs to change a little bit. So moving into a more listening space and doing a little bit more of listening might be something to try. Psychologists call this validation. So when we listen to somebody really well and intently, we're validating how they're feeling about the issue. And that has a really profound, deep effect on people. So let's go back to that question. Why is it so difficult to get a positive response when we ask somebody to put their dog on a lead? And we have a particular case study that deals with this. And I think one of the things that I really enjoy about the sessions we run is we work with lots of different people, and we learn a great deal from those people. They tell us lots of stuff. And some of the things that we've learned about how to kind of deal with this particular issue have come from people like yourselves who have great knowledge in how to do that, but it's kind of locked in your head. So sharing what you do already is part of today, and I think that's a really fantastic opportunity. That don't underestimate what you do on a daily basis, is how powerful that can be for others to hear about. So kind of things that people say to you: he's well behaved. And we have a case study called My Dog's Well Behaved. So I'm sure you've never heard that before. She doesn't like being on the lead, is something that people will say. Oh, I don't have a lead with me. And I think it's Blickling Hall have a really quick short circuit for that one, which is, oh, that's great, you can use one of ours. And they hand out a National Trust badge lead to the people, which I think is a really great solution. But more kind of consistently, kind of what's going on behind the scenes here. I think sometimes if there's an urgency to get the dog on the lead, we might have been a bit too forceful with the person, so they've immediately moved into competitive mode. Quite often, and I see this, you know, I've got friends who've got dogs, they're disassociated from the impacts. They don't realize what the impacts are of their dog being off the lead. And Jessie talked about that in her session. And then I think this one is really key, is the sensitivity of the personal connection to the dog, that people are very, very sensitive about any form of criticism or accusation against their own animal. So we do have to be careful around how we kind of approach people and talk to them about dogs being off the leads, because it's really, really problematic. So that's my final slide. I've really relished the opportunity to talk to you this morning. I hope you found it helpful, and that there's some things that will stimulate a bit of thought. This is our program, Safe and Sound. If you want to find out a little bit more about that, then feel free to get in touch with us on our website or give me a shout. Or if you just want to ask or want any advice on anything around this kind of matter, then please don't hesitate to get in touch. But I wish you well for the rest of the conference. I'm going to stay for the rest of the day because it's been fab so far. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk to you. Brilliant.
Great. Thank you very much, Dave. That's really appreciated, hearing your experience at Turning Moment. We're going to move a little bit now from talking about the kind of human science and about behaviour change and some of the challenges by looking at how we can improve the provision of accessible green space. And I'm absolutely delighted to welcome two of my National Trust colleagues, Anna Budge and Nina Crabb, who are going to take us through some of the planning opportunities. Thank you. Over to you both. Thanks.
Thanks, Ben. So my name is Anna Budge. I'm a senior national consultant with the National Trust, and I sit in our central planning and major infrastructure team. I'm a professional planner, and then I'll just pass over to Nina. Oh, are you muted, Nina?
Sorry, that's not a good start, is it? Yeah, sorry. Hi, I'm Nina Crabb. I'm planning advisor for the Midlands and East of England consultancy within the National Trust, and I provide planning support for the National Trust properties in the East of England.
Right. Oh, just going to try and get our slides to work. So yes, so Nina and I are going to come at some of the planning aspects and why the system is involved in recreational mitigation. We're going to cover sort of how the planning system secures recreational mitigation, whether that's through the development plan system or through development management in terms of dealing with the planning applications themselves. And we've got a couple of National Trust examples for both the ways that the mitigation is secured and also some examples of how we as an organisation have benefited from the development of mitigation strategies. So why is planning involved in recreational mitigation? We thought it might be useful to give you a bit of context as to how this has come about. So the planning system, and obviously there are the two aspects of that in terms of plan making and decision taking, has to comply with the habitat regulations, and the assessments associated with that are either associated with the plans or with the projects, as I'm sure many of you are aware. So where likely significant effects are identified, either as a result of a plan or a project or in combination with another, mitigation or compensation will be required before a decision can be taken or the plan can be adopted. So what happened was that as concern grew around the recreational impacts on N2K sites, especially as a result of housing development, there was a need for a more coordinated approach to mitigation. And this started to emerge in the sort of authorities in the South Dorset area, with them developing a strategic approach to securing the mitigation of recreational impacts on the Dorset heathlands that surrounded the sort of Christchurch, Poole and Bournemouth conurbation. This was back in about 2007. And as far as I'm aware, it was the first time any such approach had been taken by local planning authorities to secure the appropriate mitigation. And what it obviously then did was allow the continued development of residential dwellings to happen. Obviously, those sort of three towns provide a large amount of housing and development, but it also secured compliance with the habitat regulations. The other case that sort of occurred at a similar sort of time was the High Court decision in respect of an application at Dilly Lane, which is in Hampshire. And this provided clarification of both the principles and approach in respect of the mitigation of recreational impacts arising from housing development. So this was an important case because it confirmed that the approach being taken by Natural England was appropriate, and that securing the mitigation in the form of SANGs, which are suitable alternative natural green spaces, was in line with HRA requirements. So the housing had resolved, or the situation around the Thames Basin heaths at that particular moment in time had resulted in a virtual moratorium of housing in this sort of part of Hampshire, Berkshire and Surrey for a significant period of time. But this sort of the approach that was taken there, combined with sort of things around the Dorset Heath approach, started to allow a way forward for all involved. And I think we've seen since that time, so since around sort of 2008, the planning system has developed strategic mitigation strategies in a number of locations around England where you have the issues of housing development and recreational impacts arising from additional residential dwellings and the use of land that is within the N2K site allocated sites. And these strategies work to seek to address both the single and the in combination effects of residential development, and therefore ensure compliance with the habitats regs. So as I said, the planning system sort of works in two strands, dealing with recreational impacts. Firstly, we work through the plan making aspect, where generally local authorities, part of the function of them and how they, the requirements set out by government is to identify the quantum of housing that they need in a particular area. And from this, they can obviously start to identify what effect that quantum of housing may have on one of the particular designation. And what we find now is that there is often a proposal for a policy approach which would provide the necessary mitigation at that plan level. So these can often result in the inclusion of similar policies or the same worded policies in a number of local plan documents. Obviously, SPAs and SACs don't neatly fit within a single local authority often, but you will find that there will be a similar policy across a number of local plan documents where that sphere of influence occurs. And it can also then entail the development of more detailed strategy documents which might support any overarching policy. And these sort of together help ensure that the plans meet the requirements of the habitats regs. And they may also, some of them we have seen may well actually include policies to create areas for strategic recreational mitigation. So you may find some plans actually include provision for very large SANGs to mitigate the impacts. So at the decision-making level, obviously the planning decisions are taken within that framework of the policy developed either nationally or at a more local level. You will then find that the individual applications can utilise this framework to support the development and maintenance of the mitigation areas required. So we thought the best way to illustrate with this was to take you through a couple of examples that the National Trust has been involved with. So I will now pass over to Nina.
Thanks, Anna. Yes, I'm just going to talk through an example relating to the Ashridge estate, which the National Trust owns and manages. This is a live example. We're currently working towards a strategic solution, working with Dacorum Borough Council, Natural England and others. So the Ashridge estate is approximately a 2,000 hectare estate located in the Chiltern Hills. The majority of it, about 70%, falls within Hertfordshire and the rest within Buckinghamshire. It comprises species-rich grassland, woodland and open commons, and it's a highly designated site. Designations include SAC, SSSI, it falls within the area of outstanding natural beauty. Part of it is a Grade 2 registered park and garden. It has ancient woodland, common land, Schedule H monuments and listed buildings. So yeah, highly designated. It's publicly accessible. There's no pay barrier, and we don't currently charge for parking at any of the car parks on the estate, which is probably why it's such a hugely popular site and attracts, we think, around 1.9 million visitors a year. At the centre of the estate and the area where, if you put into sat-nav for Ashridge, it would take you to Monument Drive. This is what we kind of call our honeypot area. It's where the main car park is, the visitor centre, and the cafe, and that's just identified by the blue dot on the map on the bottom left-hand corner. But in addition, there are also several other satellite car parks around the estate, located in sort of roadside edges, rather than a destination centre. If you could just move on, Anna, please. So a large part of the Ashridge estate falls within Dacorum Borough Council's area, and in 2019 they began working on a new local plan for the borough, and at that point they kind of opened up discussions with us about the recreational impacts that we were experiencing on the Ashridge estate, and the need for a strategic solution and a local plan policy, as Anna kind of mentioned just now. In 2021, they consulted on an emerging strategy for growth, in which they were proposing approximately 16,500 new homes within their local authority area. And at that point, we raised our concerns about how that additional housing growth would attract additional visitors and potentially put more pressure on the designated features, particularly the SAC at Ashridge. So to inform their habitats regulations assessment, Dacorum Borough Council commissioned consultants to assess the recreational pressures on the Chilterns Beechwoods SAC and also Tring Woodlands, which isn't owned or managed by the Trust. That report was published in 2023, and at the same time, obviously, Natural England were highly involved in advising the council as well. The report identified disturbance and damage across the estate, particularly trampling, soil compaction, erosion, contamination, for example, from dog fouling and litter, fire and damages to the verges along the Monument Drive, where on particularly busy days when the car park's full, people will just park along the grass verges, as you'll see from the photos on the right-hand side, causing damage to those verges, which also are part of the SAC. The report also identified a 12.6 kilometre zone of influence around Ashridge, which is where 75% of the visitors come from, and that's just shown on the plan on the left-hand side. So that purple line is the zone of influence, and as you'll see, it takes in the whole of the Dacorum Borough Council area, but also part of Central Beds, Buckinghamshire as well. So that led us then to be working sort of in collaboration not only with the Dacorum Borough Council, but the other surrounding local authorities as well. The report also concluded that growth in those other surrounding authorities would also increase visitor numbers and pressure further. And the report concluded that without mitigation, the development and growth proposed within the local plan would lead to further visitor pressure and damage to the integrity of the SAC. And therefore, it wouldn't be able to rule out adverse effects on the integrity of the SAC from the cumulative impacts of housing growth. Natural England reviewed the report and supported its conclusions and advised that a permanent strategic solution was needed for the Ashridge estate, which led to kind of us, Dacorum Borough Council, Natural England, and the other authorities coming together and working towards that. If you could just move on, please, Anna. So because of the issues that had been identified through the HRA, the local authorities at that point put a moratorium on issuing any new planning applications for new housing development within the zone of influence until a mitigation strategy had been agreed and could be implemented. This kind of has led us to a four-pronged approach towards mitigation. Immediately, more or less immediately after the report had been issued and we'd spoken with the other local authorities, we started working on a mitigation strategy for Ashridge, which was largely developed by the property team, and they worked that up into a costed strategy, which is a strategy Natural England advised that this had to be in perpetuity for the next 80 years, and that resulted in a cost strategy of approximately 17.5 million. That was reviewed and approved by Natural England and the local authorities, and that will, in time, hopefully fairly soon, be used to secure contributions from developers wanting to develop new housing within the zone of influence. Dacorum Borough Council are kind of leading the way on the work because they're the ones that are most advanced with their local plan. So they took a report to their cabinet in November to approve that mitigation strategy, and at the moment we're just working with them on a kind of a governance document which sorts out the arrangements of them collecting the money and then transfer it to the National Trust and the monitoring of that, how that's spent and reported. In addition, the report advised that a mitigation strategy alone wouldn't solve the problems. Other interventions were also needed, including SANGs, and Dacorum Borough Council are looking to developers to also contribute towards SANG. So the contribution towards the SAMS mitigation measures has been set at just over £900 per dwelling, and the SANG contribution, I understand, is looking at around £4,000 per dwelling, so quite a large contribution from each dwelling, each new dwelling within the local authority area. Dacorum Borough Council also have identified 2 new SANG locations with management plans, and that's also was approved by their cabinet at the same time. And this has resulted in that moratorium being, I think, partially lifted. It's being lifted at the present time. I'm not sure exactly on the status of it at the moment. So in addition to the mitigation strategy for Ashridge, we're also looking at developing 2 new, what we're calling kind of gateway or hub sites. So these will be 2 new sites locating on undesignated land, where people will be able to, you know, go for walks, maybe let the dog off the lead, maybe grab a cup of coffee with some parking, just to ease that pressure on the highly designated SAC within the estate. We've also just commissioned a spatial plan, which is going to determine the exact locations of these and set out what they will be delivering. And we hope that that work will feed into the next consultation for Dacorum Borough Council's local plan in the summer. Another thing that we're also looking at is possible acquisition of some land adjacent to the Ashridge estate, close to our northern boundary, to develop kind of a further hub, which would also relieve pressure on the estate. And we're hoping that that might be able to meet the Natural England SANG criteria and help that part of the estate actually falls within Buckinghamshire. So we're hoping that that might be able to help deliver a new SANG within Buckinghamshire. And the other kind of the fourth prong of our work is we're looking to work with Ashridge House, which was originally part of the Ashridge estate, but when the land passed to the National Trust, the house itself didn't come with that land, so that's owned and managed separately. However, it does abut our land, so we're looking to work with the owners and operators there to maybe divert some of our visitors away from our kind of SAC and designated land within particularly busy periods. They have a slightly different offer there, and they have a much larger car park. So we're working with them around some communications, etc., over the next year about just try and relieve that pressure a bit more on the SAC. So it's still very much work in progress. We're working collaboratively with other organisations to ensure the long-term conservation objectives of Ashridge. And I have to say that the support and advice from Natural England has been incredible. They've been really supportive through the whole process. And also there's been such a great deal of commitment from all of our other partners, which has kept up the momentum of delivering this strategic solution at, I think, quite what Natural England would kind of acknowledge has been quite a pace. Thanks, Anna. That's my bit on Ashridge.
Okay, so just picking up on quickly on a development management example, picked up the National Trust is involved in a site called Bramshill, which sits in Hampshire. So within the area that is adjacent to the Thames Basin Heaths, part of the site actually is within the exclusion zone and part is within the zone of influence, as you can see from the image on the top right here. This site is not allocated in any local plan, and what they had, the approach that has been taken here is the developers own a large amount of land, so they are proposing an on-site SANG, which will provide sort of total mitigation for the approximately the 200 houses that they are looking to propose here as enabling development. It will be secured through a legal agreement through the planning system, the decision-making process for that to secure it in perpetuity. But in addition to that, they will have to still provide the SAM payment. So whilst they have got the on-site provision to provide part of the mitigation, they do still have to provide the SAM payment in terms of securing that input contribution to the wider strategy that has been developed around the Thames Basin Heath for that sort of strategic access monitoring and management. And I understand that you will be hearing from someone in that partnership later on this afternoon, which I'm sure they will provide you with more detail. And then finally, as we said, we'll just pick up on a couple of examples where the trust has been beneficiaries of the sort of two elements that have been developed as a result of that initial work that was done in the Dorset Heath. So at Robborough Common in Gloucestershire, the National Trust has been part of a partnership where we were the beneficiaries of SAM payment that enabled scrub removal and sort of visitor impact surveys. So that was working in partnership with the local authority, with Natural England, the local commoners that were involved in that particular common, and also quite a very strong local volunteer partnership that had a particular focus on sort of the ecology and the landscape in the sort of area around Stroud, which is where Rodborough Common is. And then also Elbury Meadows, this is a current one for us as an organisation. We are going to provide just under 9 hectares of agricultural land that is part of our National Trust Killerton estate in South Devon, will become part of SANG, we will create a SANG, which is going to mitigate the next phase of the Cranbrook New Town, which is a large development of several thousand houses that is being undertaken in phases. And we will be providing the next area of SANG, and that is to mitigate for the impacts of a number of SPAs and SACs which are in the surrounding area around Exeter. So that's from us, and I don't know whether there are any questions or points.
Anna, thank you so much, and Nina. We're going to collect the questions on the Q&A. Thank you very much. But what we'll be looking to do is collating those questions and offering out some answers and some responses after the conference. But having listened to some of the behavioural science around, or the science around changing people's behaviours and some of the opportunities for increasing provision, we're now going to go straight over to Mark Thomas from the RSPB, who's going to talk us through some of the legal aspects of disturbance. Thanks, Mark. One moment, Mark, you're just muted. One moment.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Fantastic. Okay,
thank you. I'm Mark Thomas. I'm the head of investigations at the RSPB. I manage a small team of 15 staff, and our role is to assist the police and to investigate wildlife crime. So whilst 95% of our work involves estates and people killing birds of prey these days, we have been involved quite a lot in the past with disturbance cases. So thank you for inviting me here to talk about that. Just trying to move to the next slide, which is not happening. Sorry. Just going to come out and share that again. Sorry.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So I'm going to talk about the law and how that law applies to disturbance of birds. I'm going to talk about the types of disturbance and the experiences that people encounter. I'm going to then talk about who applies that law, what can you do on your site, and obviously we can cover any questions in the roundup as we're going along. So the next slide, it's the main premise or the main bit of law that is the most useful in terms of disturbance. It is the Wildlife and Countryside Act 1981, and this is around Schedule 1 bird species. So these are the rarer and more vulnerable list of birds. This hasn't been updated for 3 or 4 decades, and some of the species on the list are probably not appropriate to be on the list anymore. But it gives you an idea. These are birds which are have a greater degree of protection than ordinarily protected birds. So specifically in terms of disturbance, this relates to the breeding season and when these birds are nesting. So birds like little terns on beaches. So what the law says, Part 1, subsection 5A, if anybody, or if a person intentionally or recklessly disturbs a bird which is included in Schedule 1 whilst it is building a nest or is in, on or near a nest or is near a nest that contains eggs or young. So this is all about proving that disturbance has occurred in relation to a rare bird near its nest site or in the vicinity of its nest site. So lots of things you've heard already this morning relate to how you avoid this situation. So, correct zoning, correct signs, good conversations with the people on your site, knowing your site users. But there will be some occasions, particularly in the curve that sort of Dave showed, there'll be some occasions when the visitors coming there are specifically coming there to disturb birds, and that is when it's intentional. So that sounds really odd, but if someone is coming there to cause damage, they are coming intentionally to disturb birds. And then the second part of that is reckless, and this is where a person's behavior is such where they deem the possibility of disturbing birds, but then they rule it out and their activities continue, and in continuing they then do actually disturb birds, and legally that would be classed as reckless. It also applies to disturbing dependent young of such a bird. So if you have a little tern colony again and you've got lots of dependent young and the parents are flying backwards and forwards with food, it would be an offence to intentionally or recklessly disturb those birds. So this slide, it's about 7,000 wild bird eggs. Thankfully, the number of people collecting wild bird eggs now has decreased. There's been some real high profile court cases involving individuals who have been stealing eggs, and the numbers of egg collectors have really diminished, which is great news. However, if you are going to Blakeney Point to steal little tern eggs, then you are going to go into the little tern colony and you are going to cause disturbance to those birds in that colony. It's the same with birds like Haverset at Cly or at Titchwell. You know, we've had lots of historical robberies, and the point of this slide is to get home that if you are a warden at a location like that, or you are somebody involved in a project at a location like that, it's absolutely key to note the behavior of the birds, to get used to the birds you're studying. And many wardens will be there for many years and they will know the behavior of birds, but it's absolutely key to know the behavior of the birds and to be alerted to the presence of the birds and the behavior, because that will then lead you to realizing something is wrong, and ultimately it will lead you to gathering the evidence that will be very necessary at that point in time if the police are involved. So two little case studies here from the media. On the left-hand side, we've got bird egg stealer loses car. So this was a case on Blakeney Point in Norfolk, and we had a guy who was caught by the wardens. The day before, he'd actually been spoken to by the head warden at the site, and he'd been asking about does anybody live on the end of Blakeney Point? Now, the warden there was obviously very suspicious when questions like that are asked. We were contacted, and then the very next morning, this guy appeared on the end of Blakeney Point. He disturbed all the terns, and he was in and out of the tern colony. Well, that's a 3-kilometre walk back to the car park at Cly, by which time the police had been alerted. The police were there, they intercepted this guy, and he was found in possession of wild bird eggs. The crucial aspect of this, the wardens at the point did not intercept him. They did not go out and have a conversation or move him on. They just gathered the evidence of what he was doing. And that evidence was crucial in proving that he had intentionally disturbed little terns, a Schedule 1 bird. The twist in the tail with this guy, he lived in South Wales. His house was raided there, and he'd been on Shetland and Orkney stealing birds' eggs, and there was lots of evidence in his house he'd been doing that as well, which was great. He was charged with those offences, and he kept having to drive from Wales to Cromer Court for various hearings. And then on the day that the case was dealt with, the court used an order and they forfeited his car. So he drove all the way from Wales to Cromer, and then he had no car to get home. So the media picked up on that particular case. The case on the right involves the disturbance of breeding white-tailed eagles on Mull. And on Mull, the whole community are aware of eagles and they protect those birds very carefully. And 2 people arrived. They were spoken to by the Mull RSPB warden, Dave Sexton, and they were basically asking questions about how close they could get to the eagles. And then the very next day, some people who watched the eagles noticed a pair of adult birds circling around the nest. But at that point in time, the birds were incubating, and that's not the behavior you would expect from the eagles. The police were called, and these guys were caught with a portable hide that they'd put directly below the eagle nest. And they again were convicted of disturbing Schedule 1 birds, all based on the behaviour and the observations found at the nest site. They were fined £1,100 for that offence. So the image on the right is just a stock image. The person's not related at all to this talk. Basically, this is another good example. So it's a breeding pair of Montagu's Harriers, one of the rarest birds in the UK breeding. And we had a nest in the Wash, and it was next to a public footpath. Lots of bird watchers knew where this pair of birds was, and they could stand in one place and observe the birds. Like we've heard earlier, bird photographers can be the real cause of disturbance, more so nowadays than people stealing birds' eggs. And on this occasion, a well-known bird photographer was caught along the public footpath. The birds were not disturbed if people walked along the path, but when you stood in one place on the path, the birds would be disturbed, particularly the female that was coming in with prey for the young. And at that time, there was a nest of active young at that site, and the presence of the photographer was preventing the female from coming in and feeding the dependent young. So that individual was spoken to by the RSPB warden. He was very, very compliant. He left the scene, and then about half an hour later, the warden left the scene. Half an hour later, came back, and the guy had returned, and he's positioned in the exact same location on the path because he knew that location was the best chance of getting an image of the female flying into the nest. At that point, the police were called, and a week later, I was involved with the police, and the guy's address was searched in Nottinghamshire, and all the camera gear was seized by the police. He was interviewed by the police, and on that occasion he was given a caution about his behaviour. He has not reoffended in any way since, and actually he has spoken to lots of the bird photographers out there and said, you know, this is not worth it, please do not disturb birds. So that was just kind of a model intervention. It wasn't a conviction and a fine or anything like that. It was simply enough for him to be walked through the police routine when dealing with these kinds of things. And again, the evidence from the expert ornithologists at the site was crucial in determining the behavior of the birds. The female Harry was coming in, and at the point when she saw the guy on the path in a direct line with the nest, the bird was then veering away from the nest, repeatedly calling, and then attempting to redo that 5 minutes later. So there was absolute clear evidence that his behavior was disturbing a Schedule 1 bird at, on, or near its nest. You can, of course, get licenses. So this is the same species, and these birds have been colouring and satellite tagged. So if you had a Schedule 1 disturbance license, you could carry out this activity, but this activity itself is under a ringing license and a special application to the BTO. And this is carried out by somebody who's got years and years of experience. There may be situations where harrier nests and the chicks in the nest are not ringed, and that may be due to predation risk at that location. So every site is on its own basis. But this is just showing disturbance can be legal and it can be illegal involving the same species almost at the same site. So you can't jump to an immediate conclusion that the activity you are seeing is illegal, and you've got to tread very carefully in those kind of situations. And that's why it's often best to stand back, gather the evidence, and get the police involved. Often the police wildlife crime officers may well be people who you know from your site, and they're people who you've engaged. One of the very best things you can do is find out who the wildlife crime officer is, get that person down, show them your colony, show them your breeding area, talk to them about the challenges you face there, and get them on board. Because then if you do need their response at any point in the season, they're familiar with you, they're familiar with the location, and always get a rendezvous point, so the location where they can meet you safely on the site and you can discuss it. Another really good thing to do is at the beginning of a season, ring up the police and register a reference number on the police computer. So if you have to call at any later stage, you can reference that reference number, you can quote it, and the person in the control room can go straight to that reference number, and they know exactly what they're dealing with, and that will speed up the response from the police. Many of these things work really, really well because, as I said, wardens are in occupation at the same site year on year, and you get to know your police wildlife crime officer. Another case I was involved in, this was a jet skier or jet skiers at Bempton Cliff. So this is a special protection area. It's a triple SI. You know, there's nearly 200,000 breeding pairs of seabirds. And what happened was one of the visitor boats, the Yorkshire Belle, a very big boat where tourists can go on there, that boat would go underneath the cliffs at a really slow speed, like wake speed, so there's no disturbance to the birds whatsoever. And on one particular occasion, a group of jet skiers went past the Yorkshire Belle boat going pretty quick, 20 knots, and they were just scattering whole rafts of breeding seabirds. And people photographed this from the boat, got excellent photographs of the people involved, and that's passed to the RSPB. We shared it with Natural England, and the Marine Management Authority up there as well, and letters were sent out to the people that could be identified from the registration plates on the jet skis. Letters were sent out to them warning them of their behaviour, and then lo and behold, about 2 months later, I was on the cliff top, and at that stage, lots of gannets had fledged, and the young gannets were sitting on the sea prior to learning to fly. And we had a jet ski that went through a raft of young gannets. There was maybe 20 birds loosely scattered on the sea, and this jet ski went straight through the raft of birds. I got some very good images of that jet ski, but unbelievably, the number plate on that jet ski had been covered up. But we were able to match the images from the incident a few months before with the images we obtained. It was clearly the same jet ski and the same individual. And again, that person was contacted by Natural England, and a legal mechanism, a stop order, was put in place. And basically, we went to court in York, and we had to give the evidence of the disturbance and what had been encountered. And the person was basically banned from 2 years from going anywhere near the Benton Cliff site. The person then appealed this ban because he wanted to go there and use his jet ski, and he lost that appeal, and that ban stood for two years. So again, it shows there are mechanisms to deal with this. And again, you don't have to be directly involved. You know, I was stood, I don't know, 500 meters away on the cliff top and observed this and got the evidence that was crucial, reported it to the right agencies, and that was then investigated. So again, it's about observing things and making notes. The final case study is the island of Phuket Island, Northumberland, and we had a disturbance incident here about 10 years ago. The wardens on the site have got very good CCTV. They've got night watchers, and we had a landing on the beach there by a boat which had come from the local town, and it was a group of youths. And before the wardens could do anything, these people had landed. They were walking over the island, and they disturbed pretty much every bird in that vicinity. So it's a very important colony for roseate tern, again a Schedule 1 bird, and there was very good evidence that these people had disturbed the birds. They were spoken to and they were asked to leave the island. They did eventually leave the island, and when they went back to the harbour, the police were waiting for them at the harbour, and they had a conversation about their behaviour, and it was undetermined as to why the people had gone over there. But unbelievably, the very next day, the very same people went back onto Phuket Island, and on that occasion, again, the police were called. They were intercepted when they left the island, mass disturbance of roseate terns amongst other birds, and when they were spoken to, when they got back, all the details were taken. The boat was confiscated, and it ended up in a court case, and all three of the defendants were fined for their activities. It wasn't clear why they were going onto the island. It was not to do with birds' eggs or bird disturbance. It was for some other reason. And obviously the evidence from the CCTV was very, very important as well. And it formed a really strong case because the whole local community knew what had happened. And then more recently in Phuket, there has been disturbance where some kayakers and paddleboarders have been coming very close to the island, disturbing birds, and then on a couple of occasions have landed on the island. Unofficially, there's no actual landings allowed on the island, and when they've been challenged, they've used the health and safety route by basically saying they'd found themselves in a situation where the only thing they could do was land on the island. But then that type of behavior had been repeated, and again the police were involved, and a code of conduct was drawn up in terms of how people should behave near that vicinity. So again, it's a rare Schedule 1 bird, and it's using the law to handle that situation. This slide looks very unremarkable. It's an RSPB site in Kent, and it just shows that often you don't have to attract people to locations. So within that pool, it's a breeding site for the rare bird, the black-winged stilt. And you can imagine if there was lots of signs there, people would be stopping nearby and looking onto the pool, and it would attract more people. So again, signs are very important, and you can use them in a positive and a negative way, and use them in a way where your honeypot parts of the site need signs to guide the visitors, but then the more remote parts of the site, the more sensitive parts, you don't necessarily need signs. The next slide is just some examples of signs. It's a whole range of things. You know, I've also wardened little terns, and the sign in the middle, the danger mines, you know, that would probably be the most effective sign. And we've had situations at that colony where we had a lady who was taking a shortcut over the beach, had lifted her pushchair over the electric fence. She was on the opposite side of the fence. She'd lifted her dog over the fence. She got a child over the fence. And as it's been said before, you've got to handle those situations very, very carefully. And the comment from the lady, the first comment back was, is this some kind of minefield or something? And you've just got to be very sympathetic to people in that situation and explain the potential damage from disturbing birds at that location. The final point on signs is, if you've got a national nature reserve or a SSI or an SPA, then it's really crucial here that signage names some of the most important features on the site. So if somebody does disturb those birds, you can actually point out there's signs there that do protect them, and that could be very important, because the laws in relation to disturbance in those locations increase the penalty. If you're caught recklessly or intentionally disturbing a Schedule 1 bird, it's an unlimited fine and potentially of 6 months in prison. If that is on a national nature reserve or an SPA, the penalty increases enormously. Final slide, you can attract large numbers of people to sites. I've been involved in lots of schemes where we've been protecting bee eaters. We had a bee eater nest in Norfolk this year. We had 25,000 visitors to that site. And by successfully zoning the location where the bird is, everybody gets to see the bird and the bird breeds successfully. So I hope that's been useful. Thank you.
Fantastic, Mark. Thank you so much for that whistle tour through some of the ways the laws can be used to protect birds. We're on a mission to stick to time, and so we're going to now break for 25 minutes, coming back at 1 o'clock. Where we're going to start our first of 2 afternoon sessions looking at coastal issues, and will be then followed by upland and heathland issues later this afternoon. So encourage you to leave your screen, go and stretch your legs, grab some lunch, and look forward to seeing you back at 1 o'clock. Thanks a lot.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Steve. Can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you, Ben. I probably should change the Hair Bear Bunch background scheme before I started this afternoon. So got a nice Avocet now. We'll just wait a moment or two till it's 1 o'clock.
It'd be great to get people to do the polls. We've posted 3 polls so far, and we've got another 3 or 4 to come, and we'll post them during the breaks. But encourage people to fill them out. You can see them on if you press the polls button.
Thank you, Ben. Right, it's 1 o'clock. So quick introduction. My name is Steve Rowland. I am the RSPB area manager for Norfolk and Lincolnshire, and part of the small group of colleagues from across the RSPB National Trust